Let's see here. Looks like I'm live. Hello, Jeremiah. How you doing? Finish getting this all set up. Patafino, welcome. It's a bit of an early stream, but I felt like drawing, and I figured, why not? How's everyone doing today? Hello, hello, hello. Alrighty. So I'm doing just fine. So who here is ready to see the Mario movie tomorrow? If you are going to see it tomorrow, that is. What is this? You're seeing it on Sunday? Alright. Yeah, I'm seeing it tomorrow. I don't want to risk getting spoiled for anything. Do I have a VOD channel? I missed the Pokemon Trainer. I do not have a VOD channel. All of the VODs are on this channel. Probably gonna wait till it comes out to get it on digital. Okay, so hope you don't get spoiled for it. Yeah, I am super excited to see that movie. I do enjoy me some Mario. My day's going all right, Levi. Did I make any new thumbnail outlines? I did not. Nah, it's still only up to what was it, Paper Mario when I last left off? Yeah, I have not made any new ones since then. Oop. That was weird. Tried to get tickets, but they were sold out where I live. Sorry to hear that. Yeah, I bought mine and my sister's literally like the moment they were revealed to be out, because I figured they'd go fast. If your college workloads allows it, you'll be joining your roommate to see it tomorrow. Cool. Why am I drawing new thumbnails? The current ones are just fine. They really aren't just fine is the thing. They're getting kind of stale. And the fact that the thumbnail, like the videos that I've made new thumbnails for, actually have seen an increase in performance since I've changed their thumbnails is proof enough that these are well worth doing. Because unfortunately, people say don't judge a book by its cover. That's actually the biggest lie in history. Everyone absolutely judges a book by its cover first. That's why thumbnails are so important. If you don't have an interesting thumbnail, people are not going to think that people are going to assume that the video itself is not interesting. So glad you're changing them. I've always loved the vids, but hated the thumbnails. Loved the new ones. Well, yeah, that seems to be the general consensus that I've seen recently. Like, a lot of people have told me, like, over time that like they don't really care for the thumbnails. That's something that I hope to improve. Thank you, Atomic Bread. Favorite locations on Earth? My room. Or I guess in this particular case, my office. Because that's where my computer is. I'm not really a guy that needs to travel a lot. I do not mind just being somewhere that's comfortable and relaxing as I work. I've seen the toad move, so I wanted to drop by. Well, welcome. What do I like about Flygon? And has a cool design. I enjoy using it in gameplay. I have a funny history with its shiny form that I've talked about numerous times on this channel, I believe. May not be all caught up because I'm in the middle of a trip back to with my connection being spotty at best. Oh, that's fine. Who am I drawing? I am drawing Blue, the Pokemon rival from Red and Blue. And this actually, and like I said on Twitter, this is actually gonna be the last Pokemon trainer that we do for a while. Because then we'll be all caught up with them. What did I sketch here? It's a weird little sketching snafu. I remember my grandfather didn't know what a Pokemon was. What's them there, Pokemon? It's alright. Despite how big it is, I'm sure theoretically there are going to be some people that don't know what it is. What did I do to his feet here? Hold on. Like mess here. Let me get that last. I think I screwed up sketching somewhere here. Yeah, until the Sinnoh trainer, but that's not going to be for a while, because for those who may not know or just forgot, back when I originally started this series, I wanted to try to do a thing where I would do a Pokemon trainer every 4 episodes, because my assumption was, oh, Pokemon are popular, so people are going to want to see Pokemon trainers. That way I can get a lot of Pokemon. And I was pretty incorrect about that. People really weren't requesting for Pokemon trainers that much. They wanted other characters. So I ended up so after Blue, I ended up dropping that. And then I have people coming to me, you're a liar! You said you were going to do Pokemon trainers every 4th episode! It's like, bro, I can change my mind. It's like, that doesn't make me a liar. So yeah, some people are way too sensitive about certain things. Have I seen Fist of the North Star? I have not. Oh, I forgot to sketch his soul here. Look at that. Hello, Maniac. Kind of like what I did for Undertale characters. The Undertale characters were a different story because they actually were very requested. Because my original assumption was that the Pokemon were going to be the ones that were getting a lot of requests, but I was incorrect about that. It was really the Undertale characters that were getting a ton of requests. And a lot of people kind of make the mistake of like, oh, he's doing... When I brought up before that I was trying to save Undertale characters for every 10 episodes, people kind of made the assumption that, oh, so he's doing like what he did for the Pokemon trainer, where that's just when he does them. But that wasn't really the case. That was just me separating them by every 10 episodes, so the series wouldn't become oversaturated by Undertale characters. When in reality, the only reason why it was every 10 episodes, like, well, as you can see, once the Undertale requests kind of slowed down and stopped, I stopped doing the Undertale characters. So that's why there hasn't been an Undertale character for a while, because they really have not been getting the requests anymore. Because it's like I got a lot of the major ones. Like the only one I'm really missing is Toriel. And even then, if I'm perfectly honest regarding Toriel, I'm still not totally sure how I'm going to handle her. That's actually a part of the reason why she hasn't even been done yet. Because she has a fair number of requests. Like, it's just like, I haven't made a moveset for Toriel yet. It's just because I'm not sure how I want to handle her. Because, yeah, we see her fight, so we know she can. But I guess the question is, how do I want to handle that in a moveset that doesn't become repetitive? Because all we see her do is shoot fire. We don't really know what she can do beyond that. And I feel like just a mage moveset with only fire attacks would be kind of boring. So I think in all due honesty, what I'm doing for Toriel is I'm going to wait to see if anything happens with her in Deltarune. Like if she gets like if she becomes like a secret if she herself becomes like a party member or whatever in Deltarune, then I can probably do something more with her. But even then, if that actually ends up being the case, I'm probably gonna end up adding Toriel into the same like category as the other Deltarune characters, where I'm gonna hold off on a moveset for her until Deltarune is finished. Could I update the Cuphead moveset? No, there's no need. There's really no need for that anymore. Well, beyond, like, maybe personal changes I would have made, like I would to any of my other older movesets, but in terms of, like, updating just because of the DLC, nah, there's no need. Maybe Toriel can be an assist trophy instead. She could work as an assist trophy, but I feel like she's kind of in this weird spot where she could have potential for a moveset and doesn't need to be an assist trophy, but at the same time, again, I'm just going to wait to see if they do anything with her in Deltarune. What would I suggest when I do a nitpick on Sonic? I really wouldn't change anything on Sonic. I actually think Sonic is fine. I know that's an unpopular opinion, but that's just how I see it. So honestly, I think what I'm going to end up doing whenever I get around to Sonic in the nitpick series is I'm going to kind of make that like a special case where it's like, I wouldn't personally change anything about Sonic, but I know a lot of people would. So here are a bunch of changes that I know you guys would like to see, even if I personally wouldn't like to see them. So I'll do it simply to appease you guys. Because that's all you guys care about, right? Is me appeasing you. How about a nitpick for Pac-Man? He has the most horrendous alts. I mean, that just goes back to the thing where for some reason, they want to keep yellow characters as yellow. I actually don't remember what changes I would do to Pac-Man, if any. I think Daisy deserves a new moveset much more than Sonic. Well, Daisy's an Echo Fighter, so that just gets into the territory of people wanting Echo Fighters to be their own characters. Which, again, to me, is just whatever. What do I think about Sobble from Sword and Shield? It's alright. I never really used Sobble in Sword and Shield. I was more of a Grookey guy. And even then, sticking with the starters in Sword and Shield was kind of difficult for me. I say that because while I like all of the starters in Sword and Shield, they ended up introducing Pokemon in Generation 8 of those of the Grass, Fire, Water types that I found myself liking way more than the starters. Like, I really like Dreadnought, so there was no reason for me to want to pick Grookey. I really liked Colossal, as well as what was it called? Scolipede, I think. No, not Scolipede. Centiskorch. So I had no reason to want to pick Cinderace. And I ended up growing to love the apple dudes. So I ended up dropping Grookey. Like, it's pretty rare when that happens to me, but in Sword and Shield it did. Because there were just a lot of banger Pokemon in that generation. They also added Cramorant, which I love Cramorant, so it's like... There was no shot that I was picking Sobble. Just because of all the other amazing water types they added. I think Sakurai might finally change Sonic's moveset after Frontiers. I mean, Sonic's moveset has seen changes since Brawl. Like, across all 3 games that Sonic's been in, the moveset was never exactly the same. It has seen changes. But I know what you're talking about, because the sad thing with Sonic is that when people think about wanting to change Sonic's moveset, they only ever look at the specials. That's all they ever look at. They don't look at the actual basic attacks, which I have to keep arguing to people are still some of the most important core moves of any moveset. But most people only ever want to look at the specials. But no, Sonic has seen changes across the games. His dash attack changed, his down smash changed. What else? I know there was more than that, but I'm blanking on it right now. Have you seen some criticism I gave on the Hat Kid movesets? Was that a recent comment? Because I actually have not looked at the comments recently. You can tell me what your criticism is here. Though I have to ask, is it criticism on the actual moveset, or is it just you giving your own ideas? Because there is a difference in criticism and wanting to, and having preference in different attack ideas. I should make that clear. Because that seems to be a thing that a lot of people kind of mix up on. Where, like, they say they want to give criticism, but then all they end up doing is, like, giving their own ideas for what they would have done instead for attacks. And that's not really helpful to the moveset itself. That's just that's just sharing your own opinions. Or your own preferences, I should say. Because criticism, for the most part, is heavily reliant on opinion. Criticism on the actual moveset? Alright, well, what do you have to say? I'm all ears. Because I know, like, an example of what I'm talking about was, like, there was a guy recently that really did not like my Shadow the Hedgehog moveset. And all he did, in terms of how he would fix it, was just replace a bunch of attacks. That had nothing to do with the actual moveset. It was just him just listing off what he would have done instead for attacks. And it's like, that's not really helpful. Kid attacks where she uses her top hat when the top hat was never used for anything in the actual game aside from pointing out objectives. I mean, is that really such a bad thing though? Her hat is a major, like, even if she never uses the hat in the game, like, it's still a pretty core part to what she is. And it's not like we've never seen characters use items or whatever that are a part of their character in Smash as attacks. Like, for example, Peach's forward air, where she swings her crown forward. We've never seen her use her crown as an attack, but there she does it in Smash, and it works well because it's a part of her character. So I really don't see myself why that's such an issue. Because there are tons of attacks in Smash that are solely original, but still make sense for the character, even if they themselves were never seen using it in their games. Pokemon is a huge example of that, actually. Because for the most part, Pokemon movesets are pretty much fully original. With very few loose references to, like, animations that we've seen. When does Peach ever use a frying pan in a Mario title? In Super Mario RPG. She has used it there. But sticking to Peach as an example of that, her side special, the Peach Bomber, we've never seen her use that kind of move ever. But the move is a reference to the fact that she's attacking with her butt. And what do peaches represent in Japan symbolically? Butts. So it's a little joke. It's kind of a referential joke move, but it makes sense for the character because of that. Brandon, shall I start a call for you? I'm gonna start a call for Brandon. Looks like they just started a call on the other thing, so I'm actually gonna go ahead and just start a personal call with Brandon here. Sad face. Okay. We'll wait then. It's just how casually you say it, BJ. What do peaches represent? Butts. I mean, that's not me making a joke. Like, I'm not trying to, like, be immature about it. That's just that's just, like, the symbolism of peaches in Japan. Like, they represent butts. So that's kind of where the inspiration, that's more than likely where the inspiration of that attack came from. So in my case, Hat Kid is called the Hat Kid because she wears a big hat. The hat is a pretty, like, is a pretty, like, integral part to her design. So I saw no reason to not allow her to use some attacks that involve her hat. Like, for some original attacks to fill out the spaces where I could, where she didn't have anything else. And I can think of a ton of other examples of, like, attacks that are fully original but represent the character in some way. Like, oh, well, now that I say that out loud, now I'm sitting here like, wait, what are some other ones? I know there are. I just have a bad memory. Sorry. Well, actually, let's look at Captain Falcon's entire moveset. Everything Falcon was given in Smash was fully original, but it thematically represents not only F-Zero in the fast-paced nature, in the fast, aggressive paced nature of that game, but also Captain Falcon's kind of lore and how his car works with the boost power and such, and that's where he gets his powers from, is from the boost power, something like that. Opinion on Eldegoss? It's a neat Pokemon. I know my sister loves Eldegoss a lot more than I do. Final Smash is not related to something in the game. It would be the timepiece. But would the timepiece really work in the context in a fight in Smash? In the game, Hat Kid refused to use the timepieces against the Mafia. Hat Kid only did the timepiece ball smash to fix the timeline, so why would she do that for fighting? I mean, she refused to use it against the Mafia, but who's to say that she can't use it in general? Like, it's something that she can do, because we've seen her do it. Like, she didn't want to use it against the Mafia because she was more focused on just collecting them so she can go home. Like, that wasn't... Fighting the I think it had less to do with the fact that she didn't want to fight the Mafia, and more to do with the fact that she just wanted to go home. She didn't care about anything else. So that had nothing to do with the fact that she wouldn't do it if need be. She just didn't care. She just didn't want to fight the Mafia because she didn't care. That comes down to the point of just because they can do it doesn't mean they should do it. I'd argue to a degree of, like, nothing indicates that they wouldn't do it. Let's say you're in a timeline where you're losing, so if you want to fix that timeline, boom, timepiece bomb. Like, nothing indicates that they wouldn't do it is the thing. Because again, I argue that even they didn't do it against the Mafia not because they didn't want to use their timepieces, but because they didn't care about fighting the Mafia. Like Hat Kid just wanted to go home, and that was it. Would I see Pico from F-Zero in Smash Bros? I mean, probably not. I really don't see Pico talked about that much. I mean, it could happen, but picking him over other characters in F-Zero, I don't see that happening myself. I don't mean wouldn't, but shouldn't. Like, it doesn't represent them well to do it. Though this Final Smash does fit Hat Kid. Oh, you're referring to, like, in general, where, like, Yeah, I agree with that to a degree. Like, if it doesn't fit the character, then sure. But I would argue that this Final Smash for Hat Kid does fit her. Because we've seen her do it. Like, as a means of, like, fixing what's going wrong, like, fixing what's going wrong around her. Because, yeah, you never want to force an idea for a character just to fill something out. You want to give them things that make sense, and that much I get. But I would argue that this Final Smash for Hat Kid does make sense. Also, forgive me if I'm wrong. I never played the game, but is there any other super attack to pull from in Hat in Time? No, there is not. Unless there was some added later on that I never heard about. No, I don't believe there is. Like, that's probably a Ray question to ask, honestly. If Ray were here. Have I ever watched The Office? No, I did not. The closest I ever saw of The Office was when my ex was watching it on Netflix back when I lived with them. So I'd see it like in passing, or like they'd explain some plot points to me and whatever. Would I like to see a Smash Bros. Reboot? I don't think a reboot is necessary. Like, no, I don't think that's necessary. Because what would you reboot? Like how Sonic can summon the Chaos Emeralds without the need of going through 7 special rings, but then you probably aren't already done that before the fight. Well, then again, you can also argue the idea, because generally, whenever Sonic uses the Chaos Emeralds, afterward, once he's done with them, they always scatter, and we even see that happening in the fight. Like after he's done with Super Sonic, the Chaos Emeralds scattered to the wind, but then you can use the Final Smash again. So it kind of boils down to one of those things where it's like, it doesn't make sense in the context of the game lore, but it's just a cool super move that references something powerful that the character can do. So you can just hand wave it, honestly. Because yeah, like in context of a lot of characters' attacks in Smash, there's a lot that probably don't make sense, but no one cares because it's a cool reference. It makes sense for the character, and it's just a fun fighting game. Would you want a possible Smash Bros. Movie? Nah, I don't think we need that. That's pretty unnecessary to me. Who do you think is the character in Smash with the worst represented movesets? I think it's Lucas. You think it's Lucas? Really? Let me think. I see what you're talking about. Oop. I got my eye there. If only because, yes, a lot of Lucas's attacks more so represent himself personally and represent his party as a whole. Because, like, Lucas fights with a bunch of kicks, and he also fights with the rope snake, which were both things that we didn't really see Lucas do, we saw Duster do. And even the attacks and, like, the PSI spells that Lucas used, like I think actually all of them, yeah, Freeze, Fire, Thunder, and Magnet, those were all Kumatora's attacks. Like, none of them came from Lucas. So I see what you're talking about, and yeah, I agree to it. I agree to an extent that Lucas could have had more moves that represented him. I made the same point for Ness. More than likely, what they were kind of trying to like look into though for Lucas, because they probably did the same thing for him as they did for Ness, where they explained that the reason why Ness can do a lot of these things that his party members only did was because his party members trained him. Since Ness himself, I actually don't like how this turned out. Let me fix that. Ness himself was only ever the support role. He was never actually one of the fighters. He was the supporter of the group. So he would have needed extra training in order to fight, fend for himself. And that's probably what they insinuated with Lucas as well. That Lucas needed to be trained by his friends in order to fend for himself. But I do agree to an extent that Lucas probably could have used more things that came from him specifically as opposed to his party. I guess that depends. I think the basic attacks are honestly fine, even if they are just mostly a lot of kicks. I do still think, of course, I brought this up numerous times. They should have made his Final Smash PK Love and not PK Starstorm. And I remember that some people tried arguing to me that his PSI based attacks in the basic attacks are PK Love, and I don't think that's the case. I even have a friend who's like a hardcore Mother fan, and even she doesn't think that's the case. Would you like to see Daisy in the new Mario movie? I think it'd be funny. I think it'd be cool to see her. I don't know where she'd be, but I think it'd be cool to see her if she does show up. Oh, there's Ray. I don't remember anything in Hat in Time that could work as a Final Smash. To be honest, I like the Final Smash given to Hat Kid. Okay, cool. Because I guess to give context, Ray, someone brought up earlier that they didn't like the Final Smash fit that I gave to Hat Kid because they didn't think it was fitting for her, simply because and their argument was that because she didn't want to use the hat pieces the time pieces against the Mafia. But my argument was that it wasn't that she didn't want to use them against her. She just didn't want to fight them in general. She just wanted to go home. Like, she didn't care about fighting the Mafia. She just wanted to go home. Okay, there's blue. Let's go ahead and start with Blastoise. I think it's fine for Gat Kid. Hat Kid. No, it's Gat Kid now. That's her name. It's Gat Kid. It's like Hat Kid has a gat. Oh no, run. Would Hat Kid use a gun? That, I think, is the question of the hour. Would Hat Kid use a gun? Probably, if she was given one. If we're honest here. Hat Kid would absolutely use a gun. But who would give her the gun, and why is it Snatcher? I mean, considering the people that live on that planet, let's be real here. Everyone on that planet is probably packing somewhere. Would you watch Murder Drones? I don't know what Murder Drones is. $14's down for maintenance. Oh. Do I think there'll be new Smash games coming out in the future? I'm not going to rule it out, but I'm just going to say don't get your hopes up. If it is, I hope they don't drag poor Sakurai into them. Assuming Sakurai doesn't, like... I guess that is ultimately his decision, of course. It might be possible, though, because Smash Bros. Is a series that generally always has a new game on every new console. And I did see some rumors that talks about, in relation to the Scarlet Violet DLC, that there's going to be some kind of, I guess, like a brand new generation game, like a console, like the next Switch. So like it's gonna be like a new Switch, but like the next generation of it, kind of like what the Wii U was to the Wii. And I guess that's when they'll like release like an updated patch version for Scarlet and Violet that fixes everything in it. And it's a rumor, so obviously don't take it at face value, but it was brought up with a leaker or someone who brought up a lot of the not really a leaker. I guess they're a leaker because it's somebody that brought up a lot of the points that were talked about in that Pokemon Presents and ended up being right about everything that they talked about. So we'll see. Assuming it is real, then we probably won't see anything about it until like probably later this year, assuming it is real. I do feel like we are reaching that point though where we are going to see like a new console pretty soon, because the Switch is how old now? Because that console came out back in, what, 2017? That would make the Switch nearly 5 years old. More than that, actually. Like 5-6 years old now. So it does feel like that we are due for a new console here pretty soon. Because that feels about like the time... That feels about the timeline of when we get new consoles from Nintendo. Because, yeah, like, what was the time gap between, like, all the other consoles? Like, from NES to SNES, SNES to 64, 64 to GameCube, and so on. Plus, they don't seem to be releasing many games for this year for the Switch. Well, I'd like to assume, more than likely, that whatever the new console is, will still use, like, the Switch cartridges. Like, I see it being, like, an upgraded Switch of some kind. Like, a better Switch. Like, probably one with, like new features and whatnot. Probably better hardware. But I don't see them getting rid of the Switch cartridges, though. I guess we'll see. And a little gnat just flew by my screen. That's obnoxious. to like a Wii U situation. Yeah, that's what I see happening more than likely. Like they introduce new games that like probably cannot be played on the on the first Switch, but old Switch games can be played on the new Switch. That's what I can see happening. I know a lot of people probably wouldn't like that, but that is just the business tactic. Like, give people a reason to want to buy this new system. Hope the new Switch connects to the eShop. It will. There's no reason why they would get rid of the eShop. Let's hope it doesn't flop like the Wii U. Yeah, let's hope so. Though there is a very real risk of that. But we'll see. I actually don't remember. Why did the Wii U do so bad? I actually forget why it underperformed so much. Marketing? Yeah, I don't remember. I feel like I knew at one point, but I totally forgot what it was. Like, why it happened. People got confused with the naming Wii U, thinking it was a Wii accessory. I feel like that probably is something that can happen with some consumers, but that cannot be the sole reason. Have I seen Planet of the Apes? I've heard of it. I never watched it. I was never really interested. The controller, every game wanted you to use the gamepad. That's probably why the Switch had no crazy gimmicks like a stylus or microphone. I can see that being a reason why people didn't really care for the Wii U, because they didn't want to deal with the gamepad. Yeah, I can see that as a reason. PS4 sold well because the cheaper pricing, and then the Xbox One had many great OGs, Sony games, and third-party games. Would I make my own merchandise? I actually have thought about it. Actually, I remember a while back, I was contacted by somebody who I guess worked for one of those like merchandising stores, and they asked me if I wanted to do it, and I considered it. But then I ended up never following up on it because I never really had like any cool ideas that I wanted to like sell as merchandise. Like, it's not off the table. I definitely don't mind doing it. I just need to think of some good merchandise ideas that I actually that people would want, like that you guys would want to get. Because right now I got nothing. A BJ plushie? I don't think anyone wants a BJ plushie. Like, I know there have been creators who have made plush caricature plushies of themselves and those sold pretty well, but the creators have to already be pretty popular. I suppose one thing I can do if I wanted to sell merchandise, I could actually use the drawings that I'm using here for something. They probably cannot be, like, one-to-one, like, as they are here. I'd probably have to change them up somehow, because otherwise I'd probably get hit by, like, you know, I'd probably get hit by, like, the companies that own them that don't want their merchandise being sold like that. I guess it depends on the character and what I do for the character, I suppose. Shirts with my logo? I honestly don't really have much of a logo. I guess I kind of do, but even then, like, who'd really want a shirt of that? Maybe that's just me, like, being self-conscious about it, but, like, I don't know. I guess I could try it out. No harm in doing so, but still. Can I make a character from board games? Only if the board game has had a video game, I would say. Because, like, what board game did you have in mind? Monopoly? So what, like the Monopoly dude? I mean, that has had video games, but that'd be an interesting moveset for sure. Like making a moveset based around the rules of Monopoly. Every time you get a KO, you get $200. When Terry gets go, get $200. Alright, stop anime. What's going on here? Why is Ray yelling at you? Like, is she trying to help you with something and you're just not paying attention to her? Like, are you just ignoring her? Because that's not cool, dude. She's trying to help you here. Like, remember, guys, if you have questions in the chat and somebody else in the chat answers you, and I don't see your question, like, generally it's a good idea to listen to what the chat, what else, because I promise you, people in the chat sometimes know the answer to your questions. You don't need me to answer them for you. Well, you know what? That's all right. If he's ignoring you guys, I'll just ignore him myself. Sound good? Don't ignore people. It's rude. Oops. There we go. Okay. Should Stella be an Echo Fighter for Red? If I were to ever do more Angry Birds, I'd probably just go ahead and give them their own movesets. Like, generally, if I don't give a character an Echo Fighter within the moveset itself, that's usually just because I think any character people think would work as an Echo Fighter, I probably just decided to not make them an Echo Fighter, just hold off, and give them their own moveset instead. I think like the biggest example of that was Jetstream Sam from Metal Gear. Because everyone was saying I should have made Jetstream Sam an Echo Fighter for Raiden. And my response to them always was, no, you're stupid. I'm kidding. But like, I know, like literally it's like, no, Jet Sam I don't think should be an Echo Fighter for Raiden. I think Sam would work better as his own fighter. Do I think Blastoise is the true rival to Charizard? I mean, I guess technically, since Red and Blue. Though really it was Red and Green originally, but I guess I think more people, at least over here anyway, on this side of the ocean, remember Red and Blue more than they do Red and Green anyway. Well, actually, there was Fire Red and Leaf Green, so it's hard to say. It's hard to say for sure what people think. I think the overall consensus, though, is that people in general just remember Charizard more than they do the other two starters. So a rival thing, I couldn't tell you. Could we play Smash someday? I guess. If like, cause I haven't done this in a while, but I have done viewer battles in the past in Smash. So if you ever if I ever do that again, and if you want to play it, we probably can. If you can snag a spot, since I do first come first serve. Normally trying to give priorities to the members. Forgot who he was. Who here remembers the viewer that I played? I remember back a while. I think the last time I did Smash viewer battles was when I tried looking back at Nickelodeon All Stars when they added like the voice acting and the new characters. And he played me in both Nick All Stars and in Smash, and he was really good. He was way better than me. But I still had a ton of fun playing with him. I really wanted to play with him again, but I totally forgot who that was. Yeah, Blastoise is definitely going to be the one that takes up most of the time today. Charmeleon and Bulbasaur should be pretty easy. There's just a lot to Blastoise. My favorite of Ash's rivals from the anime? I don't know. Probably Gladion. Gladion was like was at least interesting. I guess would Kiawe count as a rival? I guess he would. Kiawe was cool too. Apparently, if you manage to skip getting a starter and fire Leaf Green, the rival's default starter is Charmander. That's interesting. There probably are some kind of like speedrun glitch ways to be able to do that too, I imagine. Now, Gladion though was a lot of fun. Like he was a super edgelord, but he was an edgelord that I really liked. Because again, I said this multiple times, being an edgelord character does not make you a bad character. That's just your character. That's just your character archetype, is all. This might make it easier if I do it like this. Would Goldango count as a Pokemon capable of getting a solo moveset? Nah, probably not. I don't think Goldango is like that special. Like it has a cool... It's not even a cool gimmick, honestly. Like the collecting all the coins is kind of arduous, but regardless, like I don't think it's special enough. Why didn't I choose 2B's Glory to Mankind salute as a taunt? Because I forgot about it. It probably would have been if I remembered. Because I think someone brought that up to me at some point, and I was like, dang it, you're right! Hello, Lucas. How you doing? Peapod, Nightbot is literally that, a robot. It's a command that I set up to, on occasion, kind of advertise the channel a little bit. It's not, there's no person behind it. I don't know what you think Nightbot is, or why you're trying to figure out if this is like a dude or not. It's not. Like, it's a command. Like, if you type in exclamation point request in the chat, Nightbot will give you a link. It does it automatically. Do I check requests after stream? Not usually immediately. I usually wait a little bit to give myself some time to rest. I do get to them eventually, though. Least favorite newcomer to Smash? I don't really have one. I was pretty happy with it. I was pretty happy with everyone that was added. go. Got Blastoise done. His flat colors anyway. Wait, what's up? What was an alt? What's Wait, hold on. Wait, what am I missing here? What's going on? What did I miss? No, I am gonna worry about it. Tell me. I'm not gonna. I'm not talking about anything else until you tell me what's happening here. Because now you piqued my curiosity. I'm curious. I want to know. Tell me. Guy was begging for a Poe moveset, then made an alt account. Oh, gotcha. Okay, fair enough. It's been a while since we've had someone try to make an alt account to get past the blocking here. Interesting. That hasn't happened for a solid minute. I should make the Smash renders for the next game. No, I should not. You are giving me way too much credit there, pal. You got tickets for the Mario movie tomorrow? Hey, let's go. I'm seeing it tomorrow too. First day Mario movie. First day Mario movie game. Let's go, gang. Let's go. I am seeing it day one because I don't want to be spoiled by the chat. I can't trust you guys with anything. So actually, that said, I was kind of having this discussion with my sister last night regarding the Mario movie, and I was kind of something I'm kind of wondering about. Do you think future Mario games are going to be affected by the Mario movie in any way? Like, do you think maybe they'll start using the Mario movie designs in future games, or like bring in elements that are introduced in the Mario movie, things like that? Like, I don't see them replacing the voice actors, the current voice actors for the games, but like I'm wondering, yeah, like the design specific, because like I know like the biggest design change that a character went through for the movie was DK. Do you think they'll stick with that DK design from now on, or will it just go back to the original one? Things like that. Go. There's Blastoise. So he's done. Or his flat colors are done. Now let's move on to Bulbasaur. And this one should be pretty easy. Something else, I guess, also to ask, like to theorize about the Mario movie. How deeply do you think they're going to get into certain things? Like, do you think they're going to try to incorporate Yoshi's Island stuff in there, or are they going to just kind of, or are they going to just pretend that that didn't exist? Because obviously the movie is based around kind of like the isekai formula, where we have the two brothers who ended up in this new magical world. But Yoshi's Island seems to insinuate that they were born in the Mushroom Kingdom. So, do you think they're going to do a thing kind of like what Nintendo did for her kind of headcanon Mario comics, where they were born in the Mushroom Kingdom but then moved to Brooklyn and then ended up back in the Mushroom Kingdom? Sorry for the gaslighting you did last time. What gaslighting? I don't remember any gaslighting. You guys are crazy. Hopefully they don't reference the baby penguin falling off the cliff. Oh, they will. They absolutely will. The penguins are in the movie. It's gonna be there. Expect dead penguins. It will happen. There's a theory that Jumpman is not actually Mario, and that Jumpman and Pauline are actually Mario and Luigi's parents. If they take that direction, that'll be interesting. I guess we'll see. But certainly make Mario Odyssey kind of awkward. How much you guys want to bet there's going to be a Jump Up Superstar reference somewhere in the movie as well? Maybe in the credits? I have seen the Little Mermaid movie a long time ago, though. It's been a while since I've seen it last. Do I think Rosalina will appear in the movie? Possibly, because we do see the Luma, but that doesn't really guarantee anything. Honestly, I feel like it'd be a little weird if Rosalina showed up in the movie, because considering Galaxy, Rosalina shouldn't even be anywhere near the planet right now. Then again, that's not stopping her from still showing up to stuff on Earth, so I guess who cares at that point. What if the Mario movie brings SMG for Mario? Who's that? And if it's a fan thing, then no, it's not happening. It's a parody of Mario. Okay, then yeah, it probably just isn't happening then. There's a rumor that Illumination will also make a Legend of Zelda and Donkey Kong movie too. Don't get your hopes up just yet. It's possible, but we don't know. Go. There's the... Oh. Forgot his claws. Favorite Ultra Beast? Probably not Heligo. Like, if I'm honest, I wasn't really too impressed with the Ultra Beasts overall. The concept was neat, but, like, I never really found myself growing too attached to any of them. I think I found myself liking the Paradox Pokemon way more. Favorite thumbnail that I made so far? I haven't really thought about it. I don't know. If everyone had an Echo Fighter in Smash, they wouldn't. They just wouldn't. Like, there are just some characters that are way too unique to have Echo Fighters. Oops. Go. All right, there's the Bulba boy. Oh, I keep forgetting his claws. His little toesies. Okay, there's the Bulba boy. Alright, now for Charmeleon. Say characters that it could have at least. Like in terms of Echo Fighters. Let me think. Like if characters that could potentially have Echo Fighters. One that usually comes to mind for me is what's it called? Black Shadow as like a Captain Falcon Echo Fighter to kind of replace Ganondorf as like the original Captain Falcon Echo Fighter. Like go back to that kind of that kind of melee style Ganondorf, but make it Black Shadow. Okay, legitimate question. For those who are asking for requests, like in the chat themselves, like, is the message at the bottom of the screen just not noticeable enough? Like, do I need to make it more apparent? Like, should I like do this? Hold on. Where is it? Here. Can you see it now? Be a YouTuber, put a big red arrow and circle on it. The ultimate of YouTuber clickbait. You're not a real YouTuber until you have big arrows and red circles around something in your thumbnails. Could Hilda work as an echo for Zelda? I guess, theoretically. Yeah, it's like spam requesting for the same character is not going to make the character happen any faster. If anything, be careful. That happened to Crystal, and look what happened to her. Remember, I'm a very petty person. Let that be known. If you annoy me, I will get back at you somehow, even if you don't know it. It's like, I get that you like Gooey, but you only need to say it once. I don't go around saying I love Flygon over and over, do I? I love Flygon. 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 Hey, did you know that I love Flygon? I really love Flygon, guys. Did you know that? I love Flygon. I love Flygon. I love... You see how that kind of grays in you a little bit after a bit? Hey guys, did you know that I love Flygon? I don't think you guys know that yet. I love Flygon. Yeah, did you hear about Flygon? I love him. I don't think you guys got it yet. I love Flygon. Just be people just having a conversation and I just walk in. I love Flygon. What if I just start doing that to comments from now on? Whenever I see someone like post the same kind of comment over and over again, what if I just reply saying, I love Flygon? Just add nothing to anything, but like... Legit question. Do you like Flygon? Well, I'm glad you asked. Because it just so happens I like Flygon. Have I ever played a game that I regretted playing? Probably. I just can't remember if I have or not. Because again, my memory is just duty. It's dookie. Oh, yes, thank you, Maniac. Plants vs. Zombies 2. Though, that wasn't a willing playthrough. That was me playing it for a moveset, and I hated that I did. Do you think there will be a spin-off movie about Donkey Kong in the future? I don't know. Maybe we'll get a spin-off, a new spin-off cartoon about Donkey Kong. Literally just remake the entirety of the Donkey Kong Country series. Actually, I was laughing at last night. I really felt my age last night because my sister Sophia didn't realize that the song used for in the Mario Bros. Movie for the commercial was actually from the Super Show. Like, she didn't know that, and I was just like, oh. And that cartoon is older than I am. The Pokemon Unite requests work like Smash requests? Yes. Imagine if for an April Fool's request character you picked up ChatGPT. I don't know what that is. Also, if you say it should happen, then that means it shouldn't happen, then, because therefore it's predictable. See, you know what the sad thing is? April Fool's came and went the other day, and I was just so bored on that day for April Fool's. It was like, all the posts and videos that I saw on it were just super predictable, and it was like, guys, April Fool's truly has kind of just become boring to me. Because it really is just a predictable day. Like, it's a day where everyone expects things to happen, and it's like, I don't see the point in it anymore, honestly. Like, I get it, it's supposed to just be for fun, but if the fun is predictable, then what's the point? Like, you really can't call someone a fool, like, being fooled if they see it coming. Am I right? but you didn't expect the murder of Sonic the Hedgehog, did you? No, that was a funny little, that was interesting to see happen randomly and be promoted by the official Sonic guys. It was like, huh. No, that I didn't expect. I haven't played it, but, like, that I did not expect to see. So that was interesting. But most of everything else you see on April Fool's Day is going to be pretty generic and boring. But I can say with certainty, I did not expect the murder of Sonic the Hedgehog to be a thing. That one definitely took a lot of people by surprise. It's like it finally happened, folks. They finally killed off that blue rat. Can we go back to better Sega properties now? You want Toe Jam and Earl back? Was Toe Jam and Earl Sega? I didn't know that. No, it's not Sega, is it? No, I didn't think so. What would happen if Kirby inhaled the wand from Harry Potter? He wouldn't, because Kirby is not a TERF. Kirby loves everybody. It was published by Sega. Gotcha. Okay. Why did the stream start so early? Because I felt like drawing. And I didn't want to wait. I also knew this was probably going to be a bit of a longer stream, just thanks to it being out of the Pokemon trainers, so I figured I'd just get started on it. My favorite Kirby game, 64. Crystal Shards is still by far my favorite Kirby game. I go back to it often. It's just a good time. I think for the flames, I'll make those separately. What, Hogwarts house would Kirby be in? He wouldn't, because Kirby's not a TERF. What's this music? This, I believe, what was it? It's the Legends Red and Blue music from Sun and Moon. Why am I changing all the thumbnails? Because because it's healthy for the videos, and I want to. Getting a tattoo of the Straw Hats pirate logo, sick. Favorite Kirby copy ability? Rock. I love me some rocks. Marks would never do what? If you say murder, Marks absolutely would. Be a turf. Oh, no, yeah. No one on Kirby would be a turf. There may be some of the most evil the most evil abominations in video game history in Kirby, but none of them would be a turf. Want to do another Q&A? I mean, you can ask me questions now. Like, the biggest reasons why I did those older Q&As regarding the with the Kirby hats was just because I couldn't stream at the time, because that was back when I was living in an apartment with really bad internet, so I couldn't stream. But I don't really see much reason to do Q&A, because you can just ask me questions now. Do you think Mettaton would get along with you in real life, or would he kill you? I don't know. I have no clue. What Pokemon type would all the Smash roster except for active Pokemon be? I feel like I've seen videos talking about this before. Why not? I guess it depends. Mario, I think, would be normal, and no, not fire, because he needs the Fire Flower to have that. When he has the Fire Flower, then he's Fire type. Bowser would be a Fire type. Fire type, I'm probably either Dragon or Steel. Peach would be Fairy. Probably Fairy normal. Luigi would also just be normal. Excuse me. Kirby is probably also the normal type, just because of the nature of the copy ability. Like, he gains typings whenever he transforms. Rosalina would be Psychic. Yeah, probably. Either Psychic or Fairy. One of the two. Wario would probably be Poison. Yoshi would be Dragon type. Donkey Kong... probably also the normal type, actually, for DK. Same for Diddy. Roy is fighting fire. I guess. Sonic is ground electric. Ground fighting for DK. Fighting grass for DK. See, I wouldn't even make DK fighting type. Because he's not really much of a fighter. Unless you count, I guess, Punch Out, but even then. Little Mac would be fighting type for sure. Because he actually is... Little Mac actually is a professional fighter. Like, think about what constitutes the fighting type. Generally, it's things that, like... Generally, it's things that actually have, like, a martial arts style kind of deal going on for them. Like, DK, I don't think really knows any martial arts. He's just a big gorilla. Like, there's a reason why, like, Rillaboom isn't fighting type, or why, yeah, like, I guess, Slacking? Slacking's more of a sloth than a gorilla, I guess. Sephiroth is Dark Steel. I'd say Sephiroth is probably Dark Psychic. Bayonetta's Fairy Dark? Yeah, that one makes sense. Yeah. Fairy Dark or Psychic Dark too. Probably Fairy Dark just because of the nature of the butterfly. K. Rool? I'd classify K. Rool probably as Water Dark. Because he is a gator. Ganondorf, I think, would just be pure dark. Falcon is fighting fire. See, I think it makes sense for Falcon to be a fighting type because he actually knows martial arts. Would Samus be the bug type? I don't think Samus would be a bug type. When in the armor, she's definitely a steel type. Maybe steel electric, I'd say. Well, maybe not electric, actually. What was I think about that one? Dark Samus? Dark Samus would be, probably Dark Steel. Dark Samus is bug. Okay, you guys may have to explain that one to me a little bit just because I am unfamiliar with Dark Samus as a whole because I've never actually seen the Metroid Prime games in action. I'm kind of just going... That one was just me going off of face value. I'll take your word for that one, though. Olimar is grass? No, Olimar... Like, the Pikmin would be grass. Olimar himself would not be grass. If anything, Olimar probably would just be a normal type. What was the color of Charmeleon's feet pads? Let me see. Same as his belly. Okay. I figured. Meta Knight is steel flying. I'd put Meta Knight under dark flying. Inkling is flying water. I don't know about that. I don't think Inkling would be a water type. Just... Well... It'd be water in a very loose sense, I think. I'd actually put Inkling under poison. Probably just poison. Ken and Ryu are firefighting. I would actually make Ken and... I'd make Ryu pure fighting, and then Ken firefighting. Water fighting for... No. No, the Inklings are not fighters. I said that back in the Phoenix Wright episode, and I'm sticking by that. Inklings are not fighters. They're just kids playing a sport. Now, granted, I will at least give you guys this. There are some cases where a fighting type is a fighting type because of a sport, like Passimian comes to mind. But I would still say that Inklings really aren't sports characters. Well, no, they are sports characters, but they're not fighting characters, is what I meant to say. Okay. Ridley Dark Dragon. I would just make Ridley Flying Dragon. Okay, there's Charmeleon. Alright, let's get some shading started. Ridley I just see as a flying dragon. Not necessarily dark. I get why the dark, but I don't think he needs to be dark. Like, I guess for the same reason why I wouldn't make a Bowser a dark type. Steve? Yeah, Steve would just be normal. Banjo-Kazooie normal flying? Yeah. Either that or ground flying. Probably ground flying, actually. Like two opposites coming together to work together. Would electric make sense for Pac-Man? Probably not. Pac-Man's a weird case, actually. Snake as a ghost type? No, I actually would make Snake a dark type. Just because of the sneaky, kind of underhanded nature of how he is. Snake, I would make dark fighting. Because Snake actually is trained in combat. That's like a big part of his shtick. Ice Climbers would for sure be Ice type, and I think just purely Ice type. Zelda, I'd probably make Psychic Fairy. Sheik then would be probably Dark Fairy. Link himself, I think I would actually make. I think I would actually make Link Pure Fairy. Pyra would be Fire Steel, and Mithra would be Electric Steel. I agree with Fire Steel for Pyra, but I think for Mithra, I'd make her Fairy Steel. Either that or Psychic Steel. Shulk, I would make normal Psychic. Ness and Lucas, I'd make them pure Psychic. Pit and Dark Pit. Pit, I would make just Fairy. He's not a flying type. He can't fly. Not naturally. And then Pit, I would make Dark Fairy. Palutena, I'd probably make Fairy Flying. Either Fairy Flying or Fairy Psychic. Min Min fighting Dragon. Yeah, well, Maybe not. Maybe not. I get what you mean by the dragon, but I don't think dragon's necessary for her. I would just make her pure fighting. And then she can have, like, some dragon moves. Joker, Dark, Psychic. I would make Joker pure Dark. I don't think the psychic type. I don't think that the psychic typing for him is necessary. Let's see who else is there. Fox. I'd make Fox a normal type. Falco. I'd make Falco normal flying. Wolf. I would just make pure dark. Diddy is normal flying. No, I would make Diddy pure normal. Wii Fit Trainer. Fighting type for sure. Based on the yoga thing, yeah. I'd make Wii Fit Trainer a fighting type. Because yoga can be seen as a type of sport. Sora would be fairy? Yeah, I could see Sora as a fairy type. Probably pure fairy, actually. Either that or fairy flying if you incorporate the Peter Pan magic. Belmont's fairy steel. I wouldn't make them fairy. I wouldn't even make them steel, honestly. I think I would make the Belmonts probably pure fighting. Why normal for Fox? Isn't he a fighter too? He's a jet fighter mostly. He does have some combat training, but I mean, even normal types can learn how to fight. So I would just make him normal. Mr. Game & Watch should be normal. Yeah, I think so too. Fighting, they've never even thrown a punch. In terms of the Belmonts, they're vampire hunters. Like, the fighting type doesn't necessarily mean you have to throw punches. Like, by that logic, Hitmonlee should not be a fighting type. He's a kicker. Also, what do you mean they've never thrown a punch? Yes, they have. Dr. Mario, still just normal, because he's still just Mario. Bowser Jr. Bowser Jr. would be the same type as whatever his father is. Wario's fighting poison. No, I would just make Wario pure poison. Kazuya fighting dark. Yeah, that one makes sense. I would make Kazuya fighting dark. Terry, I would make pure fighting. Favorite Scarlet and Violet Pokemon? Probably Tinkaton. I also love the Dunsparce. Dark Poison for Wario? Yeah, I can see an argument for Dark on Wario. I feel like he has to be poisoned though. Would Pokemon Trainer be? Pokemon Trainer doesn't get a type because they're just the Pokemon Trainer. Doesn't count. Marth, Crom, Lucina, Steel Dragon. I don't know about the... I get your logic behind making them Dragon type. I wouldn't make them Dragon myself, though. I'd probably just make them pure Steel. Either that or Steel normal. Dragon Quest hero? I'd make them... probably the Fairy type. Either that or the Psychic type. Nah, probably the Fairy type. I'm gonna say, Fairy fighting for the Dragon Quest heroes. Heck, actually, for the Fire Emblem dudes, I probably would have made them Steel fighting. And then, yeah, like, Roy can be, like, Fire fighting, I guess. Like, Corrin can be Dragon type. That one actually makes sense. Corrin, I think I would make Steel Dragon. Ike, probably also Steel fighting. Byleth, probably Psychic fighting. Robin, I think I would make a Psychic Dark. Olimar grass ground? No grass for Olimar. That's just the Pikmin. I would make him a ground type, though. That would kind of make sense. Though I think I would want to lead towards more normal for Olimar. Because in reality, Olimar is just a dude. Like, he's just a businessman. And not even a business. He's an employee to a businessman. Like, he's not actually that special compared to, like, others in his species. So I would make Olimar just normal. Ganon dark fighting? I would make Ganon pure dark. I don't think the fighting's necessary for him. What's up, Martin? How you doing? Corrin, I think, would be better as Water Dragon. Actually, you're right. Fair point. Yeah. Water Dragon makes sense, actually. Yeah, fair point. You know, I keep forgetting that, like, Corrin and like Azura have like these water powers, because it's like hardly ever like actually talked about. Falcon is firefighting. Yeah, that makes sense for Falcon. Wait, now we're going into the what if video characters? Can we not, please? There's a lot of them. Can you don't? I hate my life. How long did that happen for? Oh, crud. Oh dear, oh dear, oh dear. That might have just ruined things if I can't go back far enough. How long ago did they go on that layer? dearie, dearie, dear. Well, this might have just set me back quite a bit. Let's see. It's not going back anymore. Oh, dear. That's not good. That's not good. It's not going back anymore. Okay. Well. Alright. How am I going to fix this? Here's what I'll do. Alright, so let's try this. I have an idea to fix it. Well, that sucks. Actually, I wonder, what if I do this? Let me close the file. Do not save. Open it back up. Major oof. That's for certain. It put me back to Charmeleon. Okay. Dang. Alright. Well, that sucks. But that's fine. Alright. Oh, that just put me back. Alright, dang. Well, that's my bad for not saving right after Charmeleon then. Oh well, it happens. And that's why you save often, ladies and gentlemen. And you make mistakes like that. Sorry if I just got quiet. I gotta catch up. I gotta catch back up now after my little fumble there. Major oof. But it be like that sometimes when you don't pay attention. I don't even know how I got onto that layer. Because clearly, I started on the shading layer, but then at some point, like, it just shifted onto the line layer. I don't even know how that happened. It's not the first time that's happened to me, and it more than likely will not be the last. Well, it wasn't half my progress, thank goodness. If I deleted half my progress, I probably would have just ended the stream there and be like, well, I'm gonna go cry now. Bye, everyone. Nah, it was just the Charmeleon coloring and then the shading that I did on blue. Because I accidentally shaded on the wrong layer, on the line layer of blue. And I didn't catch it until I was finished. It's a major oof. That's an oof for me, dog. Now, why is that happening? That didn't happen last time. There we go. Don't worry, I've been saving. Thanks for the reminder, though. It's like everyone remember to save. Everyone save right now, actually. Whether you're working on art or playing a game, just save. Did you save your schoolwork? If you're working on like a computer, then yes. Don't want to lose that progress. There we go. Okay, caught back up with Charmeleon at least. Alright, so let's try this again. This time with feeling. Which character for the Nitpick series do you think will have the most changes to their movesets? Probably Ganondorf. And not even just to declonify him from Falcon, because he, for the most part, has been declonified for a while now. But, like, I still feel like there's a lot that they could have been doing for him that we just haven't seen represented in the moveset itself. BJ, draw a line. There you go. There's a line. What inspired me to become a YouTuber? I mean, I've had a YouTube channel for like since I was 16, so probably close to 14 years now. And I started as just like as kind of just like a fanfic animator. Cause like there was this group of people who would like do sprite videos that I used to love watching when I was that young. And I ended up kind of joining them because it's kind of one of those open communities where anyone can make videos and kind of just end up joining. As time passed, though, I kind of ended up growing out of that and moving away from the original sprite animation stuff. And then I became a Flash animator, and that did decent for a little while. Then I just decided to do the moveset stuff, and that's actually what ended up taking off. So that's what became my career. Because for the longest time, up until the moveset stuff took off, YouTube really was just a hobby for me. Oh, was there a bot? Well, looks like Mania took care of it. It's fine. Yeah, again, sorry if I'm kind of going quiet here. I'm currently like on pure concentration mode because I don't want to make another mistake for not paying attention. Who am I looking forward to drawing the most? I don't really have a preference in that regard. When I get to them, I'll get to them, and I'll enjoy doing it. Because I enjoy drawing. Even the ones that'll take me a million years to do, like Master Chief, I'm still going to enjoy drawing them. I wouldn't be doing this if I didn't enjoy it. Because I'm very much a connoisseur of those who... of the person who only does things that of which he enjoys doing. If I don't enjoy... If you don't enjoy doing it, why bother doing it? Seems like a waste of time to me. And probably one of my biggest pet peeves is my time being wasted. Excuse me. Thank you for all the bless yous. Would I like to see Tinkaton in Smash? I think it'd be hilarious. I think it'd be hilarious if Tinkaton was in Smash. Did I play Donkey Kong 64? No, I have never played that personally. I've seen some Let's Plays on it, but that's about the extent of my experience with Donkey Kong 64. Oh yeah, actually, probably forgot to mention this. Who here's excited for Pokemon Stadium coming to the thing? I think that's on the 12th. I am wondering how they're going to handle the fact that they already confirmed that you cannot transfer Pokemon to the game. So I'm wondering if they're going to, like... Because I know obviously there's the rental Pokemon, but the rental Pokemon were always designed as, like, an incentive to make you want to transfer Pokemon from your main game, because the rental Pokemon generally were never good. Like they were never good on purpose. Like, for the sake of incentivizing players to want to transfer from their actual games. So I wonder if they're gonna like give us an option to be able to make our own custom Pokemon in the game itself. Like, I'm curious how they're gonna handle that one. Okay. There we go. Get the mist spots. Ever heard of the song What Does the Fox Say? Yeah. Kind of a random question to ask, don't you think? Crud. Man, the fill tool really is just unreliable, isn't it? Oof. Okay. There we go. Now let's get the highlights. What do I do other than drawing? Make movesets. Play video games. Work part-time as a delivery driver. I kind of want to highlight the hair a little bit, but I'm not sure like the not sure of like the best way I want to approach it. Did I have a girlfriend? Yes, I've had technically 3 prior girlfriends, but really only 2. Because the first girl that I ever dated, I was only with for like a month, so that was more of just like hanging out with a girl that I went on some dates with, and that was it. But no, I've had 2 major relationships in my life. I think I'm just going to leave the hair as is. I don't want to leave it so flat, but I don't know what else I can do with it. Let me see something here. Gary's looking good. Thank you. If the Diamonds got into Steven Universe, would they be giant like Iron Man? Probably. Or the Iron Giant, not Iron Man. Yeah, they probably would be. I don't see why they wouldn't. They are giant characters. Okay. I think Gary's good. Oh, I'm sorry, Blue. I think Blue is good. Okay. Alright. Let's go ahead and get Blastoise out of the way, because Blastoise is going to be the hardest one. Have I seen the Blue Beetle trailer? I have not. I'm not much of a DC guy. At all, actually. The most amount of interest that I've shown anything DC related was for Teen Titans. Original Teen Titans, I should clarify, by the way. What about the Batman animated series? I never really watched a lot of that. I know it's good, but like... Okay, actually, you know what? There was one DC show that I actually totally forgot about that I did watch a lot of, and that was Static Shock. I love Static Shock. Like, Static Shock is a show I feel like I need to go back and watch, like, with adult eyes. Because there was a lot of stuff in that show where it was like, as a kid, it kind of just glosses over you, but as an adult, you're just like, you realize that that show was just way before its time. Wow, laser focus. Again, I apologize. Yeah, if I'm kind of like losing myself here. I'm trying to like make up for the lost time that I did beforehand. And also trying not to make any more mistakes from before. Never happened to Brandon. He said he was going to show up, but then he never did. Have I ever watched Kirby Right Back At Ya? Yeah, I did. I enjoyed it. One of those original Foxbox shows. Who here remembers Foxbox? If at all. Favorite kind of food? Italian, Chinese, Mexican? I don't really have a favorite, honestly. I just eat whatever. Like, I have foods that I won't eat, but, like, in terms of, like, specific genres of food, no, I'll eat whatever, as long as there's something in it that I like. Like, Italian, I love Italian. Mexican's good. I love me a good chimichanga. Chinese food is good. Japanese food's good. Favorite Kirby character? DDD. Ever heard of metal arms that glitch in the system? Nope. Don't know what that is. Do you know that Kirby with the gun meme is from Right Back At Ya? Yep, I did know that. Especially considering that show is probably older than most of you in the chat. Whew. Okay. You were born in 2000, so you have a few months before Right Back At Ya? Okay. That doesn't mean that everyone in the chat's like that. Like, how many actual, like, 90s people do we have in here? Like, people that were born in the 90s. Not 90s kids, per se, because if you were born after 1995, you're not a 90s kid. Just saying. You were born in 95? Oof. Can Blastoise shoot water from his cannon in the thumbnail? No. That would take up too much room. I remember originally for this thumbnail, I wanted to have Bulbasaur like sitting on Blastoise's like head or back or something. That was a part of the reasons why I wanted Blastoise kind of leaning forward like this. But it ended up not fitting well into the composition, so I scrapped it. Bulbasaur doing Vine Whip? Nope. Again, it covers too much space. There's no need for it. Like, we don't need them doing anything special here. We just need the Sea Blue on the right, and then the 3 Pokemon, and that's all we need. Can Blastoise's shell be dark brown? Favorite pizza topping? I'm basic. I like pepperoni. You like plain cheese on your pizza? Oh, that's mega basic. Fair enough, though. Cheese is good. am starting to get hungry. But I am not getting out of this chair until I finish this drawing. 'Cause that's how I be. Not getting out of this chair. Yeah, we'll do Steve next time. Like, if it wasn't for the fact that I made that huge blunder, I probably would have done... I might have been able to do Steve, but even then I kind of doubt it. And Steve should be relatively easy, to a degree. So more than likely, Steve will be in the same video as the Skeleton Brothers. Favorite musical instrument? That's incredibly random. I don't really have one. I don't play music. Hey, Crystal, how you doing? You got food? Lucky. I want food. But I'm stuck doing this. When am I doing a moveset video? Whenever I feel like getting back to it. Still kind of giving myself a break. I know it's been a pretty long break, but it's a break for me nonetheless. But do not fret, it will happen eventually. Years. It won't be 3 years. I can at least promise you that the next moveset will happen within the next few months. Like, I won't force you guys to wait that long for it. It's like, what's the matter, guys? You don't like hanging out with me during these streams? I'm hurt. It also just occurred to me I didn't actually get around to doing the shading for their eyes. Let me do that real quick. I need to go back and do blues as well. Is Sonic 06 really that bad? Yes, it is, actually. Sonic 06 is a terribly designed game. Go. Okay, Blastoise is done. Let me go back and do blue real quick. And get his eyes, because I forgot to do that. Thing is, with 06, though, it's like, I'm not even just saying that because, oh, everyone says that. No. I've played it. I've lived it. It's not a good game. Like, I've developed my own opinion on that game, and it is not a favorable one. And it never will be a favorable one. Yeah, I will be ending the stream after Blue. Okay, so the two hardest ones are done. Now for the easier ones. Favorite starter? I've answered this numerous times in previous streams, but it's Greninja. That said, folks, if you see someone asking a question that I've answered before and you know the answer to, yeah, don't be afraid to answer it for me if I don't see it if I don't see it immediately. That is. You've done that and they keep asking. Well, if they keep ignoring you, I'll just start ignoring them. That's all it is. Like, guys, don't be afraid to read the chat. Like I said earlier, sometimes your questions will get answered in the chat if the streamer doesn't see it. Like, pay attention to those around you. So remember, you guys are supposed to be a hive mind, and right now you're kind of failing at being a hive mind. Since you caught up on the streams, you wanted to congratulate Brian for being an uncle? Actually, I wonder. Nah, they're still doing their thing. Yeah, every Tuesday, Brian, Danny, and a few of our other friends will generally get together and hang out, like watch anime and such, and they're still doing that right now. What is the Undertale character? What do you mean, what is the Undertale character? Do I think that Chun-Li can be a character in Smash Bros? I don't know. Yeah, Crystal. Sorry, we talked a little bit about the Mario movie at the beginning of the stream. Like, cause my sister and I are gonna go see it tomorrow. I'm seeing that day one, frame one. Cause yeah, I do not want people spoiling it for me afterward. So needless to say, up until I do see it, I probably am going to be very absent from social media. At least up until I see it. Because I don't want to risk anything. My favorite Undertale character? Probably Sans. this, actually. Oops. Okay, make sure I didn't miss any spots anywhere. There we go. There's our Bulba boy. Now let's finish up Charmeleon. Oh dear. Can't quite do that here, unfortunately, just because of how I have this set up. So... Gonna have to shade Charmeleon the old-fashioned way, unfortunately, but it is what it is. Alright, have a good night, Sir Isaac. I did it again. But this time I caught it. How did that happen? Weird. Whatever. At least I caught it this time. Yeah, I don't know why sometimes randomly my layers will, like, it'll change what layer I'm currently on. I have no clue why it does that. Okay. So far, so good. We're getting there. Draw a lizard? No. I don't wanna. Favorite middle starter evolution? Probably Quilava. Have I heard of Nitro Rad? No, I have not. I do not know who that is. Whew. All right, almost done. Have I seen The Lion King? Who my age hasn't? Nat is back. Hold on. touch-ups here and there that I'm noticing. There we go. Okay. I do believe they are done. Let's delete all these. Alright, have a good night, Bless. Right, let's go ahead and pose them all. Well, actually, no, let's do that last. I keep forgetting. Okay. Okay, that's blue. Now for Blastoise. Then for Bulbasaur. Then Charmeleon. Now to pose them. There we go. Here's the final pose. Alright, and now to do this. Go ahead and change this into that. Let me see how this is supposed to look. Okay. And there we go. That is Blue's thumbnail. Alright. How's it look, everyone? I do wonder if I made Blue's outline a little too thick. I can always go back and fix it if it really bothers me too much. I guess it's fine. Alright. Alrighty, so that will do it, folks. So, yep, got Blue's thumbnail done. So, next time we meet, which will either be tomorrow after I see the movie, or on Thursday, we will get started with the Minecraft Steve moveset, as well as more than likely Papyrus and Sans in that same stream. We'll see. But yeah, alrighty. Alrighty, everyone. Have a good night. I'm gonna go get some food because I am starving. And take care.